Hello. Alright, so at the end of the last episode, I guess, we discovered that this whole junction was about 10% too small. I still don't really know how it happened, but this whole thing was 10% too small. I couldn't really stream yesterday because I was kind of busy. So I did plenty of stuff yesterday. I worked on quite a lot of the map, but I couldn't work at it for long enough in a row to bother streaming it because I'd have had to leave like every half an hour or so. So it wouldn't really have worked. But yeah, so things have changed since the last time you saw it. I've corrected some mistakes. And I've made a whole chunk of the next bit that needs doing as well. So yeah. So if you remember, this is the bit we were working on last time, and we discovered at the end that I'd made it too small. And like I say, since then I have corrected it. This is now the correct size, though I need to do something about these tactile pavings. I think I've already done it, I just haven't exported it yet. But yeah, I've corrected this. This is all now the correct size. It required a little bit of rejigging to get it to fit in with what I'd already put there, and sort of the connections at the ends needed redoing. But basically this is fine again now. I've fixed it. And yesterday I made this, which, ignoring the floating bit of road, that's there for reference for the AI paths when I do them later. This is the next section. This is the bit that goes down past the fire station. It's got an interesting set of cycle lanes, which is a thing which is quite hard to do using splines, and quite easy to do if you're just making it as a mesh. So I think that's a good use of a mesh built road. Anywho, so what shall we do today then? So I think my plan, like my overall plan, is that I am going to I think I'm going to scale that down a bit. My overall plan is I'm going to focus on getting the road network done. And then do scenery after that. I think that's going to be the best thing for me to do. Yeah. I'm going to have to correct the problem is I want that bit to correct the UVs, and I don't want this bit to correct the UVs. Now, if I just size it so that the UVs are correct first, that's going to be best, isn't it? Because now what I can do is I can just drag these vertices across here. Okay, next. These tiles just look too big to me. How big are tactile pavers? 400 by 400. Let me just create a reference piece so I can check them. I thought those looked too big. No, I know. Whoa, those are really too big. Okay, hang on. She comes and goes. I mean, she's a cat. What do you expect? So that's 2.87 meters. So it should be 7 across. And mine is 6 across. Okay, so that's how wide the pavement should be here. I mean, actually, I guess I could just, if I do it like that, that'll work. I mean, unfortunately, because I already edited it that way, it's going to take a little bit more work than that, but yeah, there we go. Right, and now we're going to find out how much this needs scaling by. It needs scaling to 0.6. Okay. Right. Oh, shit. I thought that looked a bit stubby. That'll do anything. There we go. Alright. I don't really have much to say about what I'm doing right now. You can see what I'm doing. I'm changing the size of paving slabs. It's very exciting. At some point I will replace these with the correct type. Probably. I could just leave them to annoy certain people. Yeah, Sometimes sometimes you do just need a boost, don't you? Hang on. Oh, for fuck's sake. Is this side a different size to that side? Excellent. So how much do I need to scale this side down by then? .73. The reason I'm doing this with a scale instead of, the reason I'm doing it with a precise scale instead of either guesstimating or just moving it all is because I need to make it line up with the next segment along. Okay. That's those sorted out, and these were already about the right scale. Okay, and I need to add drop curbs to these because I forgot for some reason. So I'll just copy these across. They're not going to fit, but I can use them as reference. Oh, it'd be nice to play some music right now. I'm just going to lower that down so that it doesn't actually clip. And then we can use the knife tool to cut it out at the top bits. Bit messy, but there you go. Less messy. Even less messy. And the other side. I'll just go with here, I reckon. In fact, you know, I'll start here and I'll just nudge it all over that way slightly. That'll do. Hello, hello. So, yeah. So the other day, we ended up with realizing that the entire area that I'd made was about 10% too small, almost exactly 10% too small. So I wasn't able to stream yesterday because I didn't have enough time consistently to stream. It would have been like half-hour snippets, but I did get quite a lot done yesterday. I've rescaled the entire junction to be 10% bigger than it was. Everything now fits properly, which, you know, is a plus. Like, it's actually the right size for buses now. And I've also built almost all of the next junction down the way. So the first thing we're going to do today, I've decided that the best way to... Oh, thank you for the follow again. Double follow. Inflate those follower numbers. Hell yeah. As you know, I'm all about those views. That's what I started this channel for. That's why I stream several hours of developing content for a niche bus simulator. Like, you're gonna see me at OMSI map creation esports competitions. If those don't exist, I'm gonna make them. Then I'm gonna rig them so I can win. Yep, just like me, Jaden, a few other map creators, and a whole lot of the Windows beloong, beloong sound. There we go, that's the best I can do with that. I might slide this along a bit. Make that a bit smoother. Right, so I scaled it by 0.73. So now I need to do the same to this end of this one. Oh, from active element. And this should make the thing look a lot more reasonable. And this part had actually got about the right width just by eye. So I should have trusted my eyeballs. Right, let's get that into OMSI and see if I fixed it. I also seem to have discovered a bug in my object conversion utility where if you have it running for too long, it stops writing SCO files. It just seems to be based on the amount of time that the program's been running for. I haven't worked out why, but like all you have to do is restart the program, so I'm honestly not that worried about it. Brrrr. Right. It is close, yes. It's very close. Like, stick with it a bit longer. How about we explore this in driving mode? And I show you the bit that I did yesterday. But yeah, it's at the point where I've got my fresh install ready. It's a curl up on my chair sort of day. Yeah, you heard it here first and last. Right, does that still line up at the end? No! Of course it doesn't. Awesome. Okay then. Also, this guy's having a great time. There's no reason why that shouldn't line up. I mean, it shouldn't be too hard to make it line up, but yeah. That side's too narrow. Okay, so the other side is fine. This side is too narrow. Alright, so it's just going to be this position plus 100 or minus 150. Right. I don't know. I've played Yorkshire once. I didn't like it much. Apparently V3 is going to be a lot better. I mean, Sylar said that he doesn't like Yorkshire V2 very much as well. So I'm hopeful that Yorkshire V3 will be something that I'm more interested in. Right, that ought to fix it. And let's remove that little bit of pedestrian spline while we're at it. So the Farthington plan for release is still two routes which kind of crisscross each other a lot in the town. And then one of them goes off and does its own unique thing. Or in fact both of them go off and do their own unique things, just in different directions. There we go. That's lined up again. Beautiful. Where's my teeny tiny little spline? There it is. Come here. Come here. No wonder I missed it. Also, I'm just going to stretch that out a bit, because that looks a little bit wonky. Yeah, it is a little bit wonky, look. Also, while I was driving along the other day, I found that this bit was a bit too low poly. Like the curve was a bit jagged. So I'm just gonna quickly add a few polys back in again while I'm thinking about it. So the other thing that's happening today is that my racing team is doing a race. So when that starts, I'll probably put that up on my second screen. But yeah, that should be fixed. Let's go and have a look. Yeah, I'm cautiously optimistic about that, but I'm not going to promise anything. But yeah. So over here, this is the bit that you can see I haven't done the markings yet. This is the bit that I did yesterday. This whole area along here with all the cycle lanes. That's where the fire station's going to be. Should be. But since it hasn't landed on my PC yet, I can't tell you. But yeah, the junction is now fixed. It is the proper size. It is no longer as teeny tiny as it was yesterday, the day before even. So this is the second of the two big traffic light junctions that there are going to be in this end of the map. There may be another couple at the other end. Bonk. Yeah, I can't tell you about London's performance yet. Everything that I've done, I've optimised as best I possibly can. Or as best I reasonably can. I need to make that bit less bendy. Anyway, I like this cycle path on the left. It's not something you see very much of, is kind of proper cycle infrastructure built into the roadways like that. I mean, Jaden does it. Why is there such a big bump there? Something's not right here. Ooh. Hello. Bumpy boy. Okay, I'll sort that out. Yeah, and then the town route will go straight on here, and the busway extension service will go left. AK-51, best friends forever. Don't know if the resolution's high enough on stream for you to see that. This area I also need to do the whole junction conversion. I can make the riverside nicer while I'm at it. Now basically I'm just taking the entire map and splitting it up into object junctions. I'm making them as spline junctions to start with, and then I'm converting them in Blender into object junctions. And into the area where we have the most unique buildings. Though I think I probably do need to replace the church. because the church is a 3D warehouse asset, and it's such a big part of the middle of the town that I don't really want it to be. So I'll have to replace that at some point, I reckon. Spinny thing. Spinny thing. Yeah, that's the new bit that I made yesterday. This whole stretch from here to here. There's still a bit left to do on it. Yeah, I also need to turn this chunk into a junction, and this chunk here, starting from about here probably. And then I need to do another chunk that goes up to about... Actually, maybe I'll leave this bit out, because that bit I think is probably going to be fine as it is. I might need to lay a road surface underneath the road, so that because at the moment it's painted terrain. Then this chunk here needs to be a junction too, because this needs some special AI pathing. So from here to there, because this is where the town centre junction ends. Is somewhere around here. I'm not sure where there it is. You can see the transition there. That's where the junction ends and the spline starts. So that's one of the next things that's going to become a junction. Bork. Heckin' Bork. And this building's probably going to have to go too. But yeah, this section here is going to have to become a junction just so that I can get a proper traffic light controlled pedestrian crossing in there. Hello. And that bit there, and this bit here. I'm not sure quite what I'm going to do with this bit, because I quite like having the open space here. It's quite nice. But in real life, it is entirely full of buildings here. Like, this is the real life same junction. And you know, it's not like that in real life. So what I might have to do is like put an alleyway here, and then fill this space up with park or football field or something, but then have this section over here more like the real world. But yeah, this bit over here deviates from reality quite a lot, and I'm not sure I like how it feels. Like, I like weird bits of junction like that, so this bit might be going to go at some point in the not too distant future. Similarly, this roundabout, I hate it. I've hated it since I made it. This is the real roundabout. So this roundabout is going to get replaced. It just doesn't feel right. But yeah. Oh yeah, and the other thing is the town centre needs the road surface put in. And I need to connect another bit of junction here. In fact, I'll probably just make this entire section here a junction. I think that's probably going to be the best thing to do. Is that still made of path? It is. That's fine. Like, if it works, and I don't need to do anything more complicated. Right, so meanwhile, this bit over here, this needs a pedestrian crossing. Because as you can see, it has a pedestrian crossing. I mean, I know I'm not making the real world, but I want to have a pedestrian crossing with lights there. And it needs to be 3.77 meters. So that's what we're going to do to start with. How long are markings leading up to pedestrian crossings? 17.57. So I kind of want it to have it that far away from the edge of the edge of the segment, so that I can get the markings in. And yeah, there are going to be compromises here. Let me have a look at this. So that's the width of just that part. Okay, so that is fine. Yeah, okay. So actually, if I just put that in the center of there, and do that, then the cycle path is on this side and it gives up on you here. Okay, that's nice of it. It just gives up on you back there. So because this bit's a bit compressed compared to real life, there's some cycle track missing effectively, because this road is effectively this road, when in reality it is further up here. I mean, I guess I could just eliminate the cycle track over on this side, couldn't I? And then that needs widening. I was pretty accurate with my guesswork there. And it looks like there's a cyclist giveaway line there. I'm going to need to widen that this way as well. Like there or something. So I am not bothering to apply textures to any of this. I'm only applying the materials to it. I have a material view set up in my main viewing window, so I will see it as it appears in OMSI. The advantage of doing it like that is that it means that I won't forget to apply materials to it, because if I've forgotten to apply materials to it, it'll just appear blank. The disadvantage is that I can't see the materials in here as I'm applying them, but that's the trade-off that I'm making. Right, so then over here we get a chunk of this, and in fact they're much longer than I've been making them, because for some reason I've just been making them 3 long. I've been making them square. Hang on, let's just make them longer. Lonk. He bend. That's a bit skew-iff. There we go. Yeah, it's a bit weird. So I'm going to go with there for these ones, and then this lot shall all be asphalt light. And then that'll be yellow tactile. Project from view. UV editor, scale it, twist it, barp it. I might need to put some music on just so I don't go mad at some point. There we go. That's more realistic now. Excellent. Okay, let's line it up to that. And get rid of that now. There we go. And then drop that. Hang on, that was actually pretty well unwrapped already. Okay, so how many across am I making it? 7. Okay. So that many. And then I can just loop slide it into place. Oh, a little bit more tweaking than that. There we go. It figured it out in the end. So one of the reasons I'm doing that as part of this junction is because this this pedestrian crossing is on a slope, and making it as part of this junction makes it very easy to do it on that slope. So, shall I include this as part of it? I might as well. Copyright strike for humming a song. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wonder how big that is. Radius of 3 meters, diameter of 6 meters then. Or just radius of 3, yep. And why not just select and fill the whole thing? And it doesn't matter, the unwrapping of this. Like, it literally makes no difference. Just realised I never bothered to blend this down properly. S said 0, height 0. There we go. And now it has a pedestrian crossing, sort of. I probably need to add the markings in here because they're going to be curved and they're going to be on a slope. And that's going to make it very difficult. Now that's 50 meters. Surprisingly short distance. I can get away with that. Okay, I will add that then. That being this. I mean, all it is a drop curb and a tarmacked area. Nothing special. Hello. Yep, I said the sacred words. Road markings. How big do we reckon that is? 20 meters, okay. Hello, hello. You join me making the next big ass junction. This one's actually a pretty small ass junction. I'm just sort of stitching a lot of bits together into one junction, or one object. There we go. So this whole area here is a park. This is a fire station. That's an apartment block. And this is our pedestrian crossing, which I need to do the markings for. So I don't really want to do those in Blender, but I think it is going to be easier to do them in Blender than in OMSI. Reason being that the junction is on a slope. So it probably will be easier. The deformation mesh is not going to be big enough for this. No, it's not. Okay, which end's which? Alternatively, just there we go. Now the deformation mesh is in there. Oh yeah, and there was one more thing we needed to find. Because there was a mysterious bump over here. Oh, I bet I know what it is. Yep, that bit'll have slipped out of the deformation mesh. Let's have a look. I'm doing alright. So I have fixed the big problems with the junction we did on Friday. The big problem being that it was too small. This whole thing was 10% undersized. It is not 10% undersized anymore. It's now the correct size. I don't know how it ended up 10% undersized, but for some reason it was. It meant that I had to do a little bit of realigning stuff, but it's fine now. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. Don't give it a second thought. Yeah, it was fine. But yeah, since then I've also made this entire junction here, which you can see I haven't done the road markings on yet. But yeah, I've made this whole bit here. It's still bumpy. Don't know why. In fact, this isn't the updated version, is it? Is it? It's hard to tell. Oh no, it is. Because there you go, you can see that going off to the left there. Ignore the pedestrians flying. I've put those there so I can line up my AI paths when I do them. Okay, I feel like it's not actually using the updated deformation mesh. But yeah, anyway, this area is also a lot better because I've actually sized the bike paths correctly now. I did. Though actually, looking at it, I quite like the lowered down bit over here. So I might keep that, I guess. I mean, I don't know if there's a limit on how big a deformation mesh is allowed to be. Yep, still the same bus. Right, what are we going to do now? So we've got a couple of options. We could path the junctions that we've made already. Or we could continue making more junctions. So the only annoying thing with this junction is going to be the this needs all of its pedestrian crossing markings, and that's going to be a nuisance because it's a hilly boy. So I'd be best off making them in this mesh. Don't think I was actually going to include this part in this, but whatever. Da 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 da. No. Yeah, there's a bump here somewhere, and I don't know what's causing it. But yeah, I don't know if there's a size or a geometry limitation on deformation meshes. I might have run into that with this. I don't know. Right, so I need to get the... I need to check what markings are being used around here first, actually. Double yellows. So single yellows up as far as here, and then it goes double yellow. I can't remember. It might only be... I think I made a testing repaint version of them available at some point. But I really can't remember. Because those are the people who I trust to be moderators. Yeah, I gave out a version for people to performance test at some point as well. I remember doing that. I could just do that with a bit stuck on top. That'll be fine. You know what? I can wrap them up for you. Don't know how different they're going to be to the last version I wrapped up. They probably won't be any different at all. So then it's double yellows. I mean, this part down here I can just mark in OMSI because that's probably going to be easier. I don't know if they will have better performance than the Bus of the West Country ones, but whatever, you can try them if you like. It would be interesting to compare. They certainly shouldn't perform worse. Gonna do this the slightly nasty way. I'm sure Bog will be pleased to hear. I'm gonna unnastify it a bit though. There we go, unnastified. That's the official technical term. There's an additional face in there which should not be there. Okay. I think it is probably going to be easiest to do the markings here, I guess. It's probably going to be easier. Be harder to get them even, but whatever. Do you think that's going to look good, or do you think that's going to need... No, that's going to need blending better. Or bending better. Like curbstones, you can get away with having them quite jagged because, you know, they're curbstones. But painted lines need to be smooth. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's not too bad. I need to add in the right materials, though. Shloop, boop, whoop. And I'm also going to need to map them properly. Ta-da. Okay, so those ones are fine because those ones are followed from there. Okay. No, it's still not two-door. You've asked me that like every time I've driven it for the last 2 streams, and it's always been the single-door version, and it still is. Probably honestly doesn't matter too much if I don't get the mapping quite right on this. Like it does on centerline markings obviously, but for edge markings, eh. Oh, it actually stops here. Why does it not stop on this side, but it does stop on that side? Whatever. Whatever, we're not questioning it. I mean, I was questioning it just then. Aha! You've been bamboozled. Actually, I was questioning it. Oh! Bet you feel like a fool now. Got him. Let me just have a quick look. I'll be able to tell you in a moment. Yep. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Sorry, I'm probably being a little bit mean. Yes, it's Farthington. I've been working quite hard on it for quite a long time. And there's still a lot of work left to do on it. Have fun with that. Hello. You join me doing road markings. It's an awful lot of fun. I, for some reason, have condemned myself to doing it right. There we go. Yeah. So, were you here on the Thursday stream? Because I fixed the last minute issue. It's all sorted out again now. I like how the bike lane comes off the pavement here, but then only actually starts again here. Like, it's all very well thought out. I think I'll do the double yellows, but won't bother doing the rest. Because things like that are going to be easier to make in OMSI itself. I do need to make the island, though. And in fact, there's another island down here I haven't made yet that I need to make this one. So I need to make 2 islands. Well, I discovered at the very end that the whole junction was, while I was test driving it, it felt a little bit small, and it turned out the entire junction was 10% undersized. Which was an F. So I fixed that. I had to do quite a lot of little adjustments to get it to still work like that, but I fixed it now. Because basically I'd lined up everything it joined onto to meet up with it being 10% undersized. So I had to work out how to sort of bend the ends of it to correctly line up with things, because I did not fancy I didn't fancy redoing the entire junction from scratch or redoing any of the bits that connected to it. But it's all fixed now, it's all the right size. Crisis has been averted. I really want to play music. I don't know if this is faster or slower than doing this in OMSI. Apparently the Oh, it just stops there. Okay. Hang on. So it goes along this far, then gets opposite the fire station exit, and then gives up here. Okay. Sure. Then does it start again later on? Nope, that's it. No more double yellows from that point on. Interesting. Yep, you can sleep now. Are these all slightly up from where they're supposed to be? So Roadhog's system can account for 2 centimeters, so these need to be 0.105 will do just fine. Should do just fine. But no. No, this should all be flat. There we go. Okay, so it looks like my road surface is a little bit bumpy. Oh, hello. No, that's fine. There are ups and downs to doing things the Blender way. Oh boy, look, this is one of them. It's so easy to just accidentally screw up the heights of something. I don't know why these are screwed up. Because I went through and fixed all of it before I started. I guess I didn't fix it right? I don't know. That bit's fine, that bit's fine. How about this side over here? Is this side fine? This side's not fine. Oh, good. And we've got one of these little problems here. How's this happened? I mean, I'm also flattening out my drop curbs here, which is not something I want to do. But I'll just go back and fix those in a moment. Yeah, see this bit here, look. Why is that raised up? There's all sorts of opportunities to do things like this in Blender, which you just don't do in OMSI. It is very easy to mess stuff up in really weird, subtle ways like this. Okay, that should be fixed. Get in there, Lewis. I wonder when Red Bull's going to tell us that they'll be challenging for the win next year. I wonder what Roadhog's markings, what height they're at. They are at 0.105, yeah. I'll stick with his convention then. Oh, I'm in user also. Oh no. I always do that. Right, now it's time to duplicate this around a bit. Yep. And this is a weird little setup that they've got over here. I've decided every junction I'm going to do slightly differently. But that's the way I'm going to keep things fresh. I'm going to keep myself interested. So Roadhog, do you by any chance have the model files for your pedestrian crossing zigzags? Because these are the only bits they actually need to have as part of the model. Like all the other bits of road marking I can go without, but these bits I need because this is on a hill, and I'm using a deformation mesh to line it up nicely. And fuck doing that in paying 50 quid, yep. Fuck doing that in OMSI. I like doing the mouse cursor wrap around. Brain, I was going to adjust the deformation mesh. Because this corner is quite steeply cambered. Because then the texture files are much bigger. So by having a small texture repeating a lot, you save an awful lot of video memory compared to having a single large texture. And in OMSI, video memory is precious. The more complex the geometry. There we go, that's got a bit of camber to it now. just a little bit. Should be relatively subtle. And I'm also just going to smooth the transitions a little bit. Right, and now I can copy this back into its own model file and convert that. So OMSI has very limited access to memory in general because it's a 32-bit application, so it has access to, it can address 2 gigabytes of memory. I believe that includes the VRAM it has access to. I don't think it's able to access all the VRAM you have available. I think it only has access to those 2 gigabytes. It also has an internal texture memory limit of, well, it's a user changeable option. You can set it yourself. I have mine set to 401 megabytes, which I think is the default. I don't know why it's 401 by default, but that is the default. If you change it, it tends to lead to things breaking. Brain time. Big brain time. Yeah, so if you run out of VRAM, what it does is it dumps any textures that aren't currently on screen. And if that's not enough, it just dumps the oldest ones that it loaded, or the furthest away, or it uses some system to decide which textures to dump. And that ends up in the, in the infamous white textures issue, where when you run out of VRAM, you end up with all your scenery turning white, or new stuff loading in without textures. So what's happened here is I've managed to keep the deformation mesh as part of the main mesh. Yeah, OMSI is just a very cursed program. It just is extremely cursed. There's no two ways about it. Bendy. There you go. Road markings. Yay! Now you can't park here. I need to fix that because that is too coarse. OMSI is not a well-made program. Imagine if there was an alternative in development which used a system that somebody had already made that's been tried and tested across literally thousands of games. Imagine that. Speaking of which, I recently made UBS much prettier. Yeah, what I was thinking of doing was having a fallback block color. So when you make your object, so I don't anticipate VRAM issues at all with my own sim, but instead of going to white, it goes to a block color. So this house would just turn brown instead of bright white. Which, you know, is still a hack. It's not ideal, but it'd be better than nothing. Oh no, it's not an intentional thing to fall back on. It's just, in case of emergency, fall back to this. Oh, I'm in user mode again. I keep doing that. There we go. Oh shit, you've made your own engine. Of course you've made your own engine. Yeah, that's the thing, is I want to be able to instantiate the objects instantly as soon as I can, because the thing is, the problem that I have is that I have to instantiate user-made objects at runtime, which is a thing that no game engine supports, basically. Not without baking them inside their own editor system, which is the specific thing that I want to avoid doing. I don't want the user to have to interact with the Unity editor or the Unreal editor or anything like that. It's basically the biggest selling point of my game, is intended to be the ease of world building. And for that, I need you to not have to interact with a game engine, which might be extremely powerful, but will also be extremely overcomplicated and intimidating for what you're trying to do. But the result of that is I'm basically trying to make a game engine inside a game engine. Which means that what I'm doing is a lot more complicated than just making a driving simulator. Which would be relatively simple, especially if you consider any of the various driving physics packages already available for either Unity or Unreal to be sufficient. Yeah, that's the other thing, is I need to be able to run user scripts at runtime, which is another sort of complicating factor. I think I'll just do it in Blender from this point here. Oh, so you're actually running arbitrary C code from inside your engine. Excellent. See, the thing is, I'm doing it in a sandboxed way. I was going to use Miniscript, which is an open source scripting language, because I really want to sandbox it. I don't want people to be able to run completely arbitrary code from my game. Yeah. I mean, that's another problem with OMSI, is 99% of stuff going on, okay, not 99%, but a lot of the stuff that's going on inside the game is scripted in their own runtime interpreted scripting language. Now, I can show you an example of it. So I'll show you a bit that I did. There you go. This is OMSI script. This is OMSI's runtime interpreted scripting language. And this basically, so this is a very simple thing. This is just the script for the dashboard screen and what the screen on the dashboard is displaying. And all of this is being interpreted at runtime. No, it's just plain string text. Yeah. And the thing is, that's not even a particularly complicated one, because this is a gearbox. This is probably one of the most complicated things that's run in UserScript, and none of it's compiled. It's all runtime interpreted. It is reverse Polish notation, so that does make it faster to interpret and execute, because basically instead of having to go through and go back and check which bits are supposed to be in the stack and whatnot, it just goes, okay, grab this thing, put it in the stack, grab this thing, put it in the stack, add the last two things you put in the stack, put two in the stack, divide the last two things in the stack by each other, etc., etc. So it's faster to execute from that point of view. But the problem with it is that everything is written in this, so every single thing happening in the game is running in one of these interpreted runtime scripts, and all of this is being done on the main thread. And I can't imagine how horribly slow it's going to be to interpret everything at runtime. I mean, it might be less bad than I think, but it's my best... I mean, we know that OMSI performs like garbage, and most of that is CPU bound. So it seems highly suspicious to me that everything is run off runtime interpreted string scripts, and the performance is garbage. I suspect that's where the problem is. I could be wrong, but that's where I'd put my money. Why is the... Why do the markings for the bike lane start so much further down than where the bike lane actually joins the road? Yeah, so my basic concept is, yes, I'm going to have to run some kind of interpreted language at some point, but I'm going to try to provide the user with the option to use pre-baked scripts. So either you can just run something that already exists and has been pre-compiled, or you can write your own script in whatever scripting language, probably miniscript. Well, that's the thing. OMSI script is executed every frame. So you have two sections to an OMSI script. Well, actually, you have three. You have init, which is called on the first frame, frame, which is called every frame, and macros, which are called whenever they're called by a frame script or an init script. Oh, hello. That ain't right. Oh, init's called before the first frame. Yeah. Yeah, so init's basically the setup. So yeah, it's an interesting language. It's kind of fun, but it's not good. Okay, I'll just correct that later. Init. Oh, hang on, no. I'm just inventing stuff. I was assuming. Yep. Yes. That's exactly what's going on. So I need islands. I haven't bothered to make those yet. See, the way that I deal with that, right? The way I manage not to worry myself about things like that is I don't buy an iPhone 12 Max. That's my method. Is that going to be about the right size? I think it's going to be more like that. And yes, these aren't quite going to line up perfectly, but it's fine. .26 meters and 1.44 meters. I know that that's not a guide that I can really rely on, but whatever. My one has had a big old crack in the screen since the first month I had it. It had a screen protector on, but I dropped it and the screen protector was not enough. Hell yeah. Still works. It doesn't work well if it's like mildly moist. Like, it doesn't like working in rainy conditions or in the bathroom or anything like that. It's not happy about that as an idea. Oh, hang on, I should at least fix the UV mapping first, shouldn't I? Oh no. And then just do my best here. That way. And this, oh, then this one will, nope, that's the H key. This one goes that way. This one goes that way. And this one goes that way. There we go. And then we fill this in. And then we fill this in. I'm kind of tempted to make that treated, but whatever. There we go. One traffic island. I'll just duplicate this before I rotate it and move it around, because that is going to be useful elsewhere. And how far from there is it? Not that far, it's like probably there-ish. I reckon I'm going to put it exactly there. That's where I'm going to put it. And this one can come with me over here. You know what, I'm just going to quickly separate this and save it as a separate object so I can reuse it. Oh, hello. Because that is going to be useful. Okay, Chris, Roadhog is faster than you. Right. Excellent. Perfect. That's a 2.49 window layout if I ever saw one. There are my boys. Ooh, and they come with a light. Lamp. They're even called Cube. Superb. Yep. Yes, they definitely come with incorrect UV mapping. You know what? That should be an adequate fit. That's the wrong way around. Only the most adequate fixes on this channel. Actually, tell you what, they're probably going to be better off if I put them onto one of these, aren't they? Because then they'll get the ends and the cut and the edges more nicely. There we go, but that's a bunch of zigzaggy lines that I don't need to line up correctly. Amazing. It's incredible how far technology has come. Oh, right, yeah. I was thinking about it, but actually I'm quite happy with this. These are very specific road markings which mean pedestrian crossing ahead. When you see these road markings, you are not allowed to overtake at all. Anything. Yeah, they're warnings for a pedestrian crossing up ahead. Some of the road markings on this map were presumably designed by drunk people, because I can't think of a better explanation for why they're laid out the way they are. No, you're not allowed to let people out either. This is the wrong way round. So I will get shouted at if I leave that way round. And I know who will shout at me as well. Right, are these even the right way round in real life? Yeah. We invented most of the road markings the world uses. We had a commission in the 60s to invent new road signs and new road markings to match a modern Britain, and then the whole world copied them. Like, I'm not very proud of what our country's doing at the moment, and I'm not proud of what our country did, like, in the colonial years. But there's a brief window of time in which I am proud of my country. Also, these need to extend back further than I'm able to pull them, because... Can I nudge the entire junction down by a few meters? Is that a reasonable thing to do? There we go. Problem solving. And then correct the UV mapping. Think I might get away with those curbstones. Maybe I won't. The problem is in this spot you'll be stopped, so problems with the mapping are going to be quite obvious. Ah, yeah, that's not a quad. Fair enough. There we go. Now the other side should be less bad because proportionally I did less to it. Yeah, it's one of the reasons why we don't have the opposite of the give way sign. Like, you know, everywhere else has that yellow diamond, which means don't give way. We don't have that. I have the right of way now. Do this? Yeah. I mean, I think Sweden has those really cool give-way lines. They make the entire give-way line out of give-way triangles, which is pretty cool. I still just get so annoyed in Euro Truck Sim when the road sign says that you've got 2 lanes going ahead and 1 turning off, so you stay in the right hand lane, and then it turns out that one of them goes off to the right and the other one just carries on. So you have to do a last minute lane swerve. That is the most annoying thing in Euro Truck Simulator for me. I know, it's a big issue. I've tried Pro Mods. The satnav tends to go a bit mad on Pro Mods, I've found. It doesn't really know what to do. Oh, hello. Oh, there's another school here. Okay. And because of it, these markings stop short. I think by that point I have flattened out, so I think I can do those markings in OMSI. So these junctions, I wonder how long it'll be after release before you see 12 different maps all made out of the 12 different maps all made with the exact same junctions. Like they'll want some junctions, so they'll grab the ones off here and then they'll try to use them, except they're so specific. And they're not really going to work. I might as well do the markings for this while I'm at it. Don't think it does anything particularly complicated or spectacular. Nope. There isn't even a white line at the end of those. Okay. White. In fact, what I should probably do is just unwrap one of these perfectly. and then follow active quads along it. There we go. That is going to make life easier at a later date. But I'm going to bend that a little more nicely. Bend. There we go. That'll look nicer. I mean, a good thing to do, like in general, the thing I found myself wanting, is to have the text individually and then just be able to do the markings myself. I mean, I'm not saying that's the only way they should be provided, but it's a good way. It's useful to have the option. Knew there was something wrong there. Well, there we go, it's fixed now. Wonder how that happened. Hello, hello. Thank you. Where's that specific one inside out? None of the others, just that one. Oh, and it couldn't follow the active quads because that one was blocking them. Okay. I keep getting distracted in the middle of doing things. Like I never actually put the gentler curves on this bit. Scoodle. Yep. Come on, kids, we're going to scoodle. I can get rid of that template bit over there. I was just using that to retain the material. So it didn't go away when I deleted the second mesh that I had in that had the materials I wanted. Where were you when Chris was distract? Chris is distract. No. There we go. Also, for some reason, the pedestrian side goes really narrow just here. So we're going to replicate that. There is no actual reason to replicate it, but we're going to replicate it. There you go. Pedestrian side goes narrow now. Next level. This is realism to the max. Oh yeah, when does it start? Or has it already started? Hang on. Oh, hello. I'm still all zoomed in. Okay. It's the late one. Right. Come on, my brain. What else do we need to do? I think I might actually be finished as far as junction modelling goes. Oh no, 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 not quite yet. Oh yeah, I need to fix the bits where I flattened it out. I need to fix those as well. Although that ain't right. I wonder if there's a limit to the number of vertices you can have on a mesh that you collide with in OMSI. Wonder if it just gives up at some point, or if it keeps going. I've just realised, like, something is not right here. I think this is in about the right place, which means that I need to move the crossing, which is the annoying bit to move. Okay, let's see what we can do. I think this all fits into the space of 2. So if I just fit it in there, I move it along by 1, effectively. And then pull this back to line up with it. We should be alright. I could just ignore reality and do the easy thing, but the thing is that I'll get very narrow there if it isn't in the widened bit. I'm partially ignoring reality. I'm ignoring reality enough to make it feasible to rebuild this bit very slightly. Oh, 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 oh. Oh no. Oh, oh. No, no, she do not crash. Okay. She's just having a moment to think. Yes, someone will care. I wonder who that could be. It's time to use my expert secret super ninja putting stuff back together in about the right place skills. Did I duplicate that instead of... Yes, I did. That's fine. Now that's stitched, that's stitched, that's all stitched, that's all stitched. Okay, we are good. Look at these damage control skills at work. I mean, I did eyeball this bit, so it's not surprising that something was wrong. Right, now what we're going to do, we're going to pull what's called a pro gamer move, and we're going to duplicate this to the other side instead of making it again. Like that. Yep, 1000 IQ strats. Only on this stream. You won't find this on any other OMSI streams. Ooh, hello. I do need to cut that up. And this one. And I need to do the same on this side, thinking about it. So let's just refill this area. Obviously that means remapping too, but whatever. Okay, looks like it's not going to handle that very well, so we're going to do... Oh, hello. So we're going to do projection mapping instead. And then we're going to rotate it until it fits with that bit up there. There we go. No one will ever know. Ooh. I'm just going to triangulate that just to show there aren't any problems. Am I being distracted again? I've got another Discord notification. Am I being distracted for a second time? No, I'm not being distracted. I'm being pinged for a $2,200 prize tournament in Supreme Commander. I am not going to enter that. I cannot do such things. Okay, I think we might actually... No, we've still got to do the tactile paving over here. Oh, it's actually tactile paved in the middle here. Fancy. But also quite annoying. speaking of quite annoying, I'm going to have to cut out a rough square over here. And I don't want to do that. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm just going to yellow tactile that up. Unwrap it. I'm going to go with about that big, I reckon. Oh, actually lines up perfectly like that, but whatever, we're cutting it down to 2. Is that about the right scale? Gonna go with that. That ain't right. That should be 1, but it's not. There we go. Got there in the end. So now what we do is we take this and we copy it over to the other side. And instead of faffing around with cutting it out from this side, we are just going to get rid of all those bits and just merge this bit into it. No. 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 No, they're just, it's a magic thing called being very close. I already went and double checked the size of my tactile pavers and rescaled things to match where they weren't correct. They were massive before, now they are not. The island has to be a little bit narrower than it is in real life, unfortunately. Yeah, there we go. That now is all the drop curbs and everything. I think. I don't think there's any more I need to do. Okay, there's this here. So I could do that as well. Except that in my version of the world, there isn't room for it. I could put a small one in. Or I could just put it overlapping these. Let me do a measurement. But this is one of the bits where my world varies slightly from the real world just because of the way I originally made it. But fictional map. Fictional map that just happens to bear a very close resemblance to reality in certain places. It would actually be there. But I can always just snug it up a little bit. I mean, you can send it over if you want. So long as you're happy for me to use it. Because I want to be able to rely on being able to use it in the final product and not have to swap it out for anything later. Oh yeah, I didn't cut these up as well. One thing on his mind. It's the only thing that matters. Nothing else. F1 is back. Oh, you don't need to worry, she's not watching. You don't need to lie here. Somehow I find it unlikely. I don't mean to make judgments about my audience, but somehow I do find it unlikely. Yeah. Thank you. My existing texture looks like this. I'll work that out when I come to actually make the hospital. I'll probably end up including the hospital car park entrance in... Oh, it's a 3x3 grid. I'll probably end up including the hospital in this... Oh, sorry, not the hospital, the GP surgery in this junction. Just because, you know, it's there. It kind of makes sense for it to be a part of this. Actually, I think he used alpha mode 2, didn't he? Well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to need a snack soon. Now looking at this bit over here, it actually angles out slightly there. Look, you can see there's a straightish angle there. So I might need to... Oh, hello. That is cutting through to the ground underneath. That is not correct. I mean, for the most part, it looks pretty good. Oh. Well, that's a triangulation error. Probably. I need to do something about those tactile curves, they're a bit messy. But yeah, generally, I'm very happy with how this is turning out. That is very narrow. This could be another of those cases where I've built it too narrow, but I said that I might need to push that back anyway, so I'm going to push that back. So I don't like the way that this looks, with this being dropped down so far. So I'm just going to pull it up a little bit. And just make it a little bit less. Vertical. There we go. That's better. I don't know why this was failing. Just a triangulation error? I don't know. Looks fine in here. I'll change the material mode to the alpha mode to 1. And then this corner is too tight, so I need to pull back the curve a little here. Which isn't too bad. Could be worse. Basically, I need to pull that back to about there, probably. And then adjust the rest to match as best I can. That's a bit wobbly. Oh, hello. Well, that might be a bit nicer. I might need to pull it back more than that, but it should be a bit nicer. In fact, what I can probably do, actually, is just... I'll just grab this lot. I can probably just pull it all this way a little bit. Like that. Really widen out the entrance of the corner a bit. And then... this is going to need some smoothing. That's not too hard. There we go. That ought to fix that problem. But you can see that this does have that sort of kink in it in real life too. About right, actually. Oh.
Oh boy. Farthington junctions.
They're going pretty well. I've pretty much finished this one that I started yesterday evening. Well, I haven't done the pathing on it or anything, but visually pretty much done, though I am going to have to extend it around the corner to include the thing. You know the thing?
Yeah, the thing.
Yeah, I thought you knew the thing. The GP surgery. Though I could just do that in OMSI itself. Should probably be fine. And I need to make the buildings. There's a lot of work involved. I might also change the road surface texture to be darker because you can see how dark this is compared to the stuff around it. I wonder where it transitions. This is all quite dark and fresh. A transition there, and then it goes back to light stuff there.
That,
so
that may not be real. That may just be Google stitching.
Yeah, so I think it's dark up to there basically.
Because that next picture is just totally different. So
Yeah.
probably just it may be an artifact of the way Google does Street View.
So that would be here. Is where I would need to change the surface texture to. That wouldn't take too much effort.
If that's real, like I say.
Oh no, this is real. This bit's definitely real.
You sure?
Yes, absolutely sure. See? 100% sure. You can see the tar inside the seam. Don't worry about the flying people. Those are there so that I can use them to line up the pedestrian paths and AI paths later on. I've just put them up in the air so they don't disturb me test driving along this section that I've made.
I would say it's almost stuffy in Alex's room.
Yes.
Just a bit first.
Yeah, it is warm. It is definitely warmer in there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm still clipping the curb a little.
It's fine.
Very good.
It's more a question of whether you want to be on stream, being loud and parenty.
Yes, always.
So I could still nudge this a little further that way and make a little more space, as this island is making things a bit tight in the middle. It's there in real life, but the junction isn't profiled exactly as it is in real life. So basically I've been gradually pulling it further and further out to the right until it feels about right. Missed a bit.
And do you sort of ease the end of it when you've done it?
Yes. That should be about right, I reckon. And now what I need to do is grab these bits because I've stretched them quite a lot. So I need to grab these bits and just adjust the texture on them to fit. What's going on here? Something is wrong with the normals here. Something is definitely wrong. Hello dog, what are you sniffing at? What you sniffing at? There we go, fixed it. There we go, that should be about right now. Hopefully, maybe. And we'll find out. While I'm still thinking about it, I need to correct these because those are quite lumpy and I don't like them. Yeah, look, you can see all the lumps and bumps in these. I'm just going to make them a bit nicer. And that is absolutely in the wrong place. Okay, this is why this one looks bad.
They're fine, yes.
That should make them look much nicer. Now let's re-export both. Brrr. And bing. Bing. Oh yeah, I was going to change the road surface texture, wasn't I? So basically here it becomes a different surface colour. So shall we use this one? I think that one will do the trick, right? And then over here, where does that go away? This is lighter. Okay, so it's dark up to there. Basically where the bike lane starts. So I am going to need to, it's probably going to be easier to just deselect the bits that I don't want. Nah, we'll get that in the end. Okay. Pog. iRacing, the home to the highest standards of online driving. Coming for you, coming for you. All the other kids with their palm-top kicks had better run, outrun my gun. I want to play music. God damn you, DMCA. Am I being distracted again, or is there a ping from a server I don't care about? Ah. It is an cycle lane texture. Let us have a look. Those look like they might match. 1024 by 1024, you madman. Okay. Oh, hello. What's going on here then? What? What else is selected? Oh, it's scaling around that. Yes. Correct. This is all correct and fine. There we go. Right, okay. Cool, right, new texture. There are going to be a lot of draw calls on this object. That'll probably work. Coming for you, yes, it's coming for you. All the other kids, the pumped up kicks had better run, outrun my gun. Okay, that kind of works. Yeah, the thing is, it would be the same number of draw calls, just with a lot more geometry. If it was the other, if I was just doing it with splines. Yeah, I have mine under my desk, I think. Yeah, there it is. Also, I don't know why this specific... Oh no, hang on. It'll be because there isn't enough geometry. So this will be being deformed slightly differently in each of these two places. So if I just add a bit of extra geometry there, then everything should be fine. There we go. Yep, everything is fine. I'm glad you understand. Everything is and always has been fine. Why is the default Blender texture slightly grey? Oh, Christmas is cancelled. This all looks like it was surfaced at about the same time, so I'm not going to bother with a different colour for that. So I've pulled this back a lot. Yeah, I will need to colour match it better at some point.
What? I said hello, cat. I'm sorry, cat.
Is she getting under your feet?
I tried to pick her up and then fell down the stairs.
I'm going to go and get some snacks in a moment. Yeah, overall, I am very pleased with how this is coming out. It just is still taking a while. Basically, it's probably going to take a full week to do this and that junction put together. And there's a lot of buildings I need to do. So basically what I'm doing at the moment is I'm making kind of the hero buildings, as it were. So big important ones that are unique to a specific area. So this corner building here is going to be one of them. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to do the petrol station as well, because the default petrol station doesn't fit in the space. So I'm going to have to do that myself. This car dealership, then everything along here can just be generic houses. The school, I don't even need to model it, like, you can't see it. Then the fire station there, which I will put a fire engine outside just to emphasise it, and the GP surgery there. So those are all going to be unique models specific to their areas. Then I'm going to make the houses like this later and fill in blank spaces like that afterwards. Guten Tag. Oh yeah, I'll be watching. They've actually resurfaced one side of this but not the other at this point, which is a thing I could replicate. You know, I could do that just to make things a bit more interesting. I think this main texture might need to be darker, looking at it, because it doesn't really look, I don't know, what do you reckon? It might be fine. It's a shame I can't really do much about hard edges like that, but it's better than not doing it at all, I guess. Yeah, it is. Those cars waited in the queue so patiently for so long to despawn. I got the width here right. Ooh, that's tight. I'll pull back that side a little bit as well then. I mean, it is quite tight in real life. In fact, that's completely straight up to there. So really what I need to do is possibly just pull this whole pavement back a little bit. It'll be quite hard to add that seam to it. That's the only problem. I mean, what do you reckon? Do I leave this like that, or I probably need to narrow the island a little bit? If I can just pull the island away from that side, then that will solve my problem. There we go. Island narrowed. Yeah, I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too difficult. Okay, maybe I'll try it at some point then. I might need to split the tracks visible in the road there. Which it'll probably be fine. Okay. Well, for now I'm not going to bother. I might put them in as splines on top later, but I don't think I'm going to bother including it in the model. Right, so I guess... So well, let's go and mark it out. But I guess what we really need to do is we need to go and do the pedestrian paths, or rather the paths, for the entire thing. Was one of the yellow lines really chonky in one part? I didn't notice any being really chonky. Oh, hello. Oh, he's thick. Damn, boy. I had not noticed that at all. Well, damn, boy. Right, so we have got some markings to do. And then we have some paths to do. I was just going to make that a constant width. Which spline do I need? Have I got one lying around here? I'm not sure I do. 1000's gonna be alright. Oh, hello. That ain't right. What has happened here? Oh, that's chevron line, not chevrons. It is not actually all broken. I thought I'd broken Roadhog's pack somehow for a moment. So where do the markings stop here? Like there. Okay, that's about the right place. Then I need some ordinary centerline markings, not these ones unfortunately. Ooh, hello. Ooh. Ooh, curious. I might need to take these off the model. Because I think they don't like having that render order. Yeah, look, you can see down the sides of these. You can see that it's actually cutting through the model underneath it into the terrain below. So I might need to take the take those markings off here. Right, now I need these. If I had another segment of this, is it going to line up in exactly the right place for me? Nope. But I can cut it there. And that's about right. There we go. That will do us pretty well. I might just try to straighten that up a little bit because I think it'll look a bit nicer like that. There we go, that's nicer. Okay, now we need to angle this in. And hope that it lines up approximately correctly with what we've got going on over here. I wonder what regulations are telling me that I'm doing this wrong right now. Going to make it softer and more curved. Yep. And yeah, so I'm just going to get rid of the markings on the model, I think, because they are not going to cooperate with me. I'm not going to get rid of the double yellows or the white lines. Those are behaving fine, but these markings I'm going to get rid of on the model. Hang on, how did I make them work before? Because there's another bit of model where I have used these. Because over here, see, I'm using these and they're working fine. These are baked into the mesh here, though. Oh, that's not right. The mapping's gone wrong there. So what's different? Let's just re-export that as well. Definitely do not overwrite the SEO on that one. Yeah, that's in the same place relative to it. Render type surface, fixed, abs height, surface. They're both one mesh. Apart from the AO bit, you can ignore that. That.dds. That'll allow for that. Yeah. Yeah, I am going to get rid of the centerline markings on this, as they are not helping. Maybe it's, oh, tell you what it is. I can tell you what it is. I'm still going to get rid of them because they're going to just be a nuisance. But what it is that on the other one, the markings are a second separate model. And that mesh is the geometry for that mesh is rendering afterwards, or before rather. So this ought to fix it. Hang on. I'll just grab all the markings and put them all onto a... Come on. Put them all on a separate mesh. Oh yes, I remember. I mean, I started this, so I'm going to do it this way. This way should work the same. Hang on, did those all just receive the wrong material all of a sudden? Ah, see, no, there's the problem. There's the actual problem. The material's rendering in the wrong order. Hang on, those can join together and I just need to put the marking materials after all the other materials. There we go. That ought to do it. Ah, click clunk. These markings are done oddly. Look, they've just done one at each end of the long line. Well, that's those fixed. That's good. I'd forgotten I needed to fix those. Actually, I could just do like -10. -10, and then I won't even have to see them. There we go. All sorted. Doing it this way by using small segments and moving them manually. Gives you finer control, but also makes it easier to make sort of jaggedy bits that don't quite look right. You have to be quite careful doing it this way. There we go. Almost too far to the right now. Right, and now I'm going to transition back to just doing things the normal way with curvy stuff. Hello, that ain't right. We'll have to sort that out in a bit. And at some point you always have to accept a compromise in the way that two bits are going to join up. I bet this is a 200 meter radius piece. Yeah, it is. Maybe it's a bit less than that actually. Looking at the way it joins up over there. Or a bit more than that even. A bit tighter. There you go. More than that? 150? I know, imagine not having Bezier splines. Just basically anything you can imagine that would make making maps hard, OMSI's editor has it. I mean, sometimes you don't want Bezier splines. Most of the time, though, they are better. Why is there a skew on the end of this? Let's have a look. Yeah, that looks like it'll work better. Now if I just do a quick reconvert. Oh, I should have fixed the incorrect colour while I was here. Nine. Let's have a look. Dumpty dum. Oh, one great feature of OMSI is sometimes, so the I don't quite understand how it works, but windows like this are kind of separate pop-up windows, and sometimes they render in the wrong order, so you end up with the menu being behind the rest of the game. So then you have to Alt-Tab out and back in again, and then it works itself out and puts the menu in the right place so you can actually see it. But it's quite often that you'll start the game up and there just won't be a menu. Okay, so that join is actually meant to be there, not here. Also, that's meant to be further back, but whatever. I made this part while I was just transitioning to it being less fictional. It's just to keep you on your toes. It's to remind you that you can't let your guard down. Look at this incredible cycle infrastructure. This should be dashed, really. But I mean, like, it's too narrow. I don't really know what to do with this bit. I guess this is the best I can do. Like that, maybe? Or like this, perhaps? I think that's the best I can do. Just going to re-export that real quick. Yeah, I don't know. I just know that it's broken. Right, so it looks like they've used this one along here. Not sure that's correct, but whatever, we'll go with it. As in, whether that's correct on their part. We have very few people who develop stuff in OMSI have very much good to say about it. Like this was made before I knew that you have to use warning lines when you're approaching a junction. That dates it. That gives you an idea of how old this part of the map is. I don't know what bit you're referring to. I know you're talking about the dimensions of a specific set of lines, but I don't know where you're referring to. Oh, right. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just replicating what's there. If what's there is wrong, that's their problem, not mine. Don't. Where are my cycle lane markings then? They must be around here somewhere. Now, is there going to be enough space to fit in a bicycle? Yes, there is. Superb. Do they continue to put bicycles on here all the way along? Yes, they do. That's a lot of bicycles. Excellent. One thing I'm missing is this pedestrian symbol. I don't know if that's non-standard or something, but Roadhog's pack doesn't include it. Why is the bike symbol facing that way? Right, this is one of those parts that's on a slight gradient. A very slight gradient, as it turns out. Where are my crossing markings? Where have they gone? They're definitely there. And they're definitely not here. Not even in wireframe mode. That's interesting. Yeah, why would you put the cycle markings this way round and not the other way round? Anyway, bike markings for bikes. Which just give up on you partway down the pavement, because that's what happens. I like how, like, the bike lane is so obviously supposed to start here, where, you know, it connects to the bike lane up here. And then the council just went, nah, we'll start it over here. That's just so local council. You're so council. Right, so why are those missing? Because they're definitely there. Let's close it and reopen it. There's also no way of refreshing assets when you re-import them. Oh shit, that's the old Enviro 400. That's not even the C400, that's the old Enviro 400. Oh, that thing's so old. Look how the wheels stick out. Ah, God, it's been years. Reese has taken down most images with that in. Right, so that line is there. How about these boys? No, where are my boys at? They're not inverted. They're just not here. This is definitely the new version of the mesh because it's got the correct coloured lines on it. But my boys. Where are my boys? Is there some really weird thing in Blender where this bit of mesh knows it's from an older version or something? Like, what's going on? They've got a material. What if I just duplicate all the geometry? That shouldn't change anything. I mean, it's not that the road surface is over the top of them. They're just not there at all. Where? Something is wrong here. I don't know what to do about this. Yeah, but the thing is, it's made out of duplicated pieces. Oh, also I need to correct that curb. So if duplicating was going to fix it, it would be fixed. Because, like, one of them is original, the rest of them are duplicated. I mean, I can try duplicating them. They're a bit of a bugger to select all of because there's so many pieces. And they use the same material instance as the other white markings. Just try exporting it like that. try splitting it and exporting it and see if that does anything. But yeah, that's bizarre. Nope, they're still not here. Also, I only fixed half of that. They're just not here. This is bizarre. It looks like I might just have to do it manually. It might just be an undocumented quirk of the OMSI editor. There are a lot of undocumented quirks in the OMSI editor. That's actually brick, it looks like. Yeah, whatever. It's fine. I don't need to do anything about that. But yeah, it's just not here. Just says nope. Right, wow. Luckily, Roadhog has made a kit of parts for this. I mean, they are in here. Oh, they're not mapped anymore. What? But I mapped them. I mapped them. Okay, sure. Like, you saw me fixing the UV mapping on these. Right, well now I need to fix all the mapping again. That's fun. Yeah, they will look alright. That's bizarre. Like, when Roadhog sent them to me, they weren't properly mapped, but they were mapped. And these were just completely unmapped. Did I accidentally reset the UVs on them or something? Yeah, I am baffled. Oh well. I mean, those aren't going to be as nicely mapped as they were before, because previously I had them mapped so the edges were properly done, but, like, I really don't want to fix every single one of these to do the edges better, like that. I have to do that to every single one of them. And there are so many. So I think I'm just going to run them like that and see how they look. That's really bizarre. I mean, not only did they scale to 0, they scaled to 0 in the bottom left corner. So I can't just have scaled them to 0, because then they'd have gone to the centre of the... they'd have gone to the median point. Yeah, this is on bounding box centre mode, so they've gone to the median point. I am so confused. Well, there they are. And I reckon those look fine. Yeah, those are fine. I don't need to do any nicer UV mapping than that. Okay, time to stick some traffic lights in. See, that one is on a skinny pole, I think. Maybe not. I don't know. The world is confusing. Right, I also need some fence pieces. I might bother to bank these at some point. Typically, when I have to overlap these, I try to get the overlap like behind the edge you're going to view them from, so you don't see the jarring light transition on the front face. I'll deal with those better later. I'll put a spline down and align them to it. That's going to work better. Right, traffic lights. I need some brackets. Okay, and they don't have pedestrian lights, they just have the main lights. Are these LED ones or are they old-fashioned ones? I don't know. I don't know how to tell the difference, honestly. And as per usual, I am not going to be asked to attach these to the poles. It's not necessary and it's kind of annoying to do. So I'm not going to bother. You mean fortunately? Oh, I've just realised. Look, this bike path here just goes straight into the middle of this traffic light. Though I do think I need to pull that back a bit. I'm more and more impressed by this cycle path system the more I look at it. Yeah, that does need pulling a bit further back. Done a really good job of correcting the UVs on this one. Maybe even a bit further back than that. Let's pull it back like 2 more tiles, maybe 3. And then we'll just have to correct these UVs as well. There we go. Just download more RAM. That's all you need to do. Download more RAM and you'll be fine. I have actually made use of my 32 gigs of RAM while doing UBS stuff. I have gone over 16 before. Right, so now the bike lane is less liable to kill you by sending you straight into a traffic light pole. Oh boy. I should put the bus stop markings in as well. So there's a bus stop here which overlaps this person's driveway. Oh yeah, I need to put in that section there. Well, actually, the stop didn't used to have a shelter there. I kind of forgotten that these bus stops were here. So this one, I'm going to put this down used as a template. How far apart are they? Like a car length. Okay, now I need all the splines to make a bus stop marking. I need to optimize the textures for those. They're still the high-res development versions. Okay, so the splines I need are number 31 and number 30. Oh, that's convenient. Wonder what radius this is. $500? No, tighter than that. 300? That'll do. There we go. The most important markings. For a bus simulator. There we go. That'll work. That sounds really helpful. That's the kind of program that I would love to have installed on my computer. The kind that will just shut down other stuff that you're doing without warning. I think that's what I'm lacking. Yeah, I think I do need to pinch the road surface texture here so it follows the center line. Now, why don't you just uninstall it? It doesn't sound like it's being very helpful. Nope, I am screenshotting apparently. That's definitely floating. There we go. I think my dad and my sister are watching trash TV. Ah, this actually needs to be a bit lower. There we go. More like it, but actually it still needs to be a bit lower. Hang on. How low can we go? 0.2. Fair enough. And low and low. Good luck in your race. I will be watching. While doing exciting road markinging. It's so exciting. Like, just adding road markings, it really gets me going. The sad thing is that I will have more viewers sticking road markings on a stretch of road than I would do if I was doing the race with you guys. They'll want money. Actually, no, they probably do it for free just to spite me. And you know what? That's the kind of spite that I can really get on board with. Okay, so it actually pinches before the end here. Oh. Well, something's also not right here. Oh, hello. That is wrong. I'm not going to join in. Like, I don't have the track. I don't know the track. I will pass this week. Yeah, that's bumpy for some reason. I don't know why that's bumpy, but it's bumpy. I know that this end of it must be perfect, yeah. But for some reason this bit's bumpy. I can deal with the curbs being slightly lumpy, but I need the road surface to be smooth so the road markings fit. I can imagine they are. Okay. And I have Muzak, but quietly. Only briefly. In comes the DMCA strike, even though this was made by the YouTuber who posted it. Still gonna get DMCA'd. This bit is basically flat, so that should be fine. So this junction here is one of those ones that just uses edge lines and doesn't bother with a give-way marking. I'm not sure what the criteria are for being allowed to do that, but it does that, so I'm going to do that. Nope. Two-way. In fact, that's a chunkier marking than what I'm using. Okay, so this one's full giveaway markinged. And so's that one. But the fire station one is not. Oh, I've just realised I'm going to have to cut out the this section here. I'm going to have to cut that out because I need to have a gap there. In fact, this entire section here needs cutting out, thinking about it. Which actually makes my life a bit easier. Oh. It was about 27 meters. There we go. Well, that's convenient actually, because it means I don't need to bother sticking the centre markings in there. Yeah. Okay, sure. Oh, hello. Okay, that could do to come up slightly less at the end. There we go. That's more like it. That won't be as bumpy anymore. See you in a bit. Okay, I'm not sure they're watching trash TV so much as kids TV. It's one or the other. There we go. Now I need to give way marking. Gotta have one of those. Well, you've got to have one of those whenever you've got... No, sorry, it's you've got to have a sign wherever you've got the marking. Not you've got to have a marking wherever you've got the dashes. Oh, I didn't remember to put the drop curbs in on this side. Could you move your big SUV? There we go. Well, that giveaway sign's been swiveled to the side. Alright, so that looks like a relatively short signpost. I'm going to have to move the sign slightly further back. Do you reckon that's a 2.5 metre signpost? That's probably too short. Maybe it's a 3 metre. It's important that you put the signs in for side roads as well, because otherwise it'll just feel like there's something missing. And that's because there's something missing, and it's signs on side roads. For now I'm using these. I think I got reference to make the proper ones. So I might replace them with those at some point. I don't know if that's what I said either. One thing I definitely need is I need to make some nice custom street lamps, because it's very easy to accidentally make a map look very German by using very German street lamps. So I need to add the giveaway lines to the object here. But anyway, there we go. That's pretty much all markinged up, I think, aside from the missing double yellows here. And this. It's tree time. Right, do I have anything I can use to do these markings? What I need is I just need yellow text. Ah, that kind of tree. No park. This must be at a slight angle then, which is great. It's actually at a slightly less slight angle. Oh well, Dad's character. But yeah, this is too small, isn't it? But it also wants to be yellow. So I think this might be one of those times where I make my own addition to the Roadhog pack. Oh yeah, this is the one that I want. Lane, destination, 2 lane. This is the splines folder, that's why I'm not spotting it. And I can do this because I have my own folder. Right, now I need to remember which of these is which. Yeah, so that's the width, that's the height. A yellow version of the text. So I can put the fire station markings in, and similarly, also the school markings. Both of them need this. Both of them need the same thing, which is sort of an intermediate size of yellow text. They're full colour markings. So you mean the texture itself contains the colour. Which means what I actually need to do is make a copy of the font and make the font yellow. So lane destination is the name of the font. So all I need to do is I need to make this the right shade of yellow. Yep, that makes sense. There we go. Now we should have a yellow version of the marking. Well, no, not quite yet. Now we should... No, I still didn't change it. Because I actually need to change the name in the... Right, let's see if that's worked. Well, it didn't break my machine immediately. Ooh. Oh god. So all of that happened a couple of seconds ago. Yep. Oh no, it's happening continuously. Okay. So what's wrong here? What I've done is I have changed lane destination.oft and not the one that I have made to edit. There we go. Oh, I just... Yep. Hang on. Uh-huh. School keep. Clear. School keep. School keep. Or Scoodle keep. Didn't your school have a keep? Right, let's just hope that these don't interact too badly with the alpha of other things around them. Right, so these are kept apart an even distance. It's not centre to centre even. It's even distance between each of them. What I want to do is I want to line them up, and then I want to be able to just move them all together. Hello again. Oh. Yeah, so this is the problem that we're going to face, is the alpha of the box that these are contained in. Fortunately, I think we can get away with that. Yep, I think that will do us. This should probably be a 150. There is not a 150. Is there just an edged line yellow or a single yellow 150? Nope. Okay, time to make an addition again. You really haven't accounted for schools and fire stations, have you? Ah, rubbish pack. A 0 out of 10. Leaving the same margin on either side. There we go. Don't know about you, but that still looks kind of narrow to me. Wait. Why did my brain do that? That is incorrect. Why did my brain do that? Well, actually, this is 100 wide, isn't it? Yes. I just hadn't actually saved it yet before I imported it. You know what, it's going to be easier to just put a curve through the whole thing and then snip out the bits that I don't need. It'll also help me line things up a little better. And actually, it looks like I got the text lined up pretty well. and I'll do that bit separately. There we go. Fire station, keep clear. And I need to do a little wiggle. Looks like it's exactly 90 degrees. Oh god, what would the skew be to do that? I don't know, I'm just going to ignore that and just make it about right. There we go. And the same the other side. I am sure that really that should encompass the entire thing, but whatever. The wavelength of the wiggle is 3 meters. Cool. So 1.5 meters should take... No, hang on. Okay, so it needs to wiggle to there. Does that mean I need to pull this whole thing further out into the road? It does, doesn't it? Yeah, so that's more like correct. So actually that wants to go about there, and then I'm just going to do this again. Oh shit. Well, we've got an extra little bit there now. Right, now we just nudge all these along a bit. There we go. Fire station, keep clear. Yeah, whatever. It says fire station, keep clear on it. Like, the only person who's going to come out here with a tape measure to check is, well, the only two people are Numbers Chris and Sam Bob. I'm just going to snip these a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. How do they look from a driving point of view? Because this is where you're mostly going to see them from, and they look fine from there. I mean, it's also not quite centered, but it's pretty close. Oh yes. It's gonna be good. Right, that took a surprisingly long time, but we now have our fire station keep clear markings. Now it's time to do the same for the school. School keep. Scoodle keep. Scoodle keep. Welcome to Scoodle keep. That is not regulation. That is all sorts of wrong. Why am I bothering to try and get it right when the real world doesn't? Let's start with the end piece. Because that's going to help us line the whole thing up. So that's starting out at a radius of 200, then going on to 350. So let's just average it out for 300. School. Keep. Clear. Okay, I need to space them a little more because of the alpha overlap. See, he brushed off my my road markings up around the school because he went, oh, that's private land, it doesn't matter. I feel like I should at least make these the same length. Hello.
Oh. Different junction, different bit of the same junction, extended bit.
Yep. I've finished putting all the markings down on this end, including the fire station markings, which took a little while. Just to make.
We have just watched a Christmas movie on Channel 5.
Oh, that's what you were watching. Ah.
Yeah, it's a Hallmark movie. Apparently they make 40 of them each year.
40?
Yeah, so yeah.
How?
By hiring the cheapest possible actors.
Per
nobody's
year?
ever heard of. that's what Lizzie said. Well, Lizzie was just making that, but she's now got a lovely sheet of everything. She can play Hallmark bingo now.
Oh.
So, you know, the large scarf, the
Yeah.
the love interest man with the sort of stubble and stuff, and there's a whole. She's got a whole list. She's even got a picture of the haircut that the man will have.
Oh God. There we go. School keep clear. No scoodles here. But actually I need to move it all the way over here. Because I have this cut out specifically for it. And this is going to mess all my alignment up. Oh well, here we go. So the reason why this isn't going to line up on this end with a junction, while it does line up on this end, is because I've kind of scooted everything along here, so this junction is in a slightly different place to where it is in real life. Though actually, looking at it, what I ought to do is pull it along this way. Just pull that whole turning there along this way. Right. So which bit? It's on that junction. Okay. So I need to move that here, basically. Yeah, we've got our school keep clear. We've got our fire station keep clear. Now, how hard would it be to transplant this bit of junction here over there? Now, if I just experimentally copy it over here, so where would it need to go? Need to go wireframe, almost exactly at that seam. So there, basically. I reckon that's doable. Extra fun. So I need to pull that along there too. It's a good thing that I'm doing this before doing all the pathing. Hello. You know what, that's probably beyond repair, so let's just ditch it. And just set ourselves up with a good segment that we can use. There we go. I don't have a non-one version of this. Well, I do. I just haven't added it to this yet. I wished that would just default to the right values.
You.
Hello.
Your turn to cook.
Is it?
Yeah. So, the rest of it, we're going to have pie.
Mm-hmm.
Just needs the instructions reading. And, do you know how to make chips? As in, to cook in the oven.
Yes.
Right. Could you organise that at some suitable, fairly soon point, and also think what you might like to extract out of the freezer for you?
Right. Okay. Sure.
Yeah, once a week maybe. That sort of thing would be fine.
Right. So I've moved that. The other thing we could do is add the drops to this. I'm not super keen on doing that properly right now, so instead I'm just going to do a slightly hacky way of doing it. Evening. I'm alright. A little bit on the fatigued side now because I've been going for 5 hours straight without a break, which, you know, is not a sensible way of working. But there you go. Oh, I'm trying to accept those as okay, but they're facing in the wrong direction. Tactile paving has to face the direction that people cross in, and I'm not going to accept that. Oh, bollocks. I thought I might manage to persuade myself to accept it. But nope. Looks like I'm going to have to do it slightly more properly. You apply a blank material to stuff, you set up your lighting in the way that you want it, and then you hit bake. And then it renders the lighting onto the texture. There we go. And for some reason they haven't bothered tactiling it over here, but I don't care. As in real life, they haven't bothered to tactile pave it over there. Right. I think after this, I am gonna go. Just like I say, 5 hours straight without a break, which is not a sensible way of working. Okay, some splines have vanished. But my junction is now in the right place. I might need to finagle this bit a little bit because that's a bit of an annoying sort of angle that's going on there. Yeah, no, that's not good. Time for some finagling. It's just, you can see there's quite a steep angle here. Quite a sudden angle. That ought to solve it. Should be a bit nicer. Right. No, I deleted the connection object to that one. Oh well, that's a shame. Well, the connecting spline, rather. And yeah, I had to move that a bit. So these splines, these need picking up through the floor. Because apparently this isn't quite at 0. Yeah, 0.03 is going to do it. Well, that's interesting. There we go. And last bit, grab this from here and shift it over to here. Right, and that is that bit pretty much all markinged up. Let's have a look. Oh, God. I think this is going to be the last drive-through of the day. So I've widened this up, and yeah, that feels about right. Like, it's still tight, but it's not dumb anymore. Yeah. Yeah, there's still plenty of space on the right, and you can swing out to the left if you really need to. Need to put in the dashes in that part. Fire station keep clear with the markings sunk under the road for some reason. Did I change the... Oh, I bet I know what happened. Yeah, I know what happened. Hello. I'm alright. I'm about to wrap things up because I've been working on this all day. It takes a long time to make stuff nicely for OMSI maps. Like, there's no shortcut way to do it. And this bit's absolutely fine now, I've fixed that. Good, and cross that off the list. That's going to require some precision. But yeah, I need to fix these markings really quickly. And then we'll be done for the day. I'm still really happy with how it's coming out. So how's our left turning here now? Because it was too tight before. Have I made it okay now? It's manageable, but it's still possibly a bit tight. Okay. So what was it that I said I need to fix? Oh yeah, I remember. This, not that, this. 0.105, 0.105, 0.075, 0.075, 0.105, 105. There we go. And I will need to go back into the editor to fix that. And this side road still feels a little too tight to me. Just a little bit. So I might have bought like 5 more centimeters of space. That is a very good boy. You can just tell. Okay, those are back, but I might need to... Yeah. You just know that they're a good boy. Speen? Speen? Also, hello. This is the thing that always happens. As soon as it comes to time for me to stop streaming, everyone turns up. It always happens without fail. So that's a little bit gentler again, but I might still need to ease it off a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. This whole section basically done, aside from pathing. And then this whole section is like only just started, really. And then I need to join these sections together in a much shorter section under the ground, because I'd messed up the height of the splines, and I realised what the problem was and I fixed it, and then I needed to adjust their height in the editor again. Shall I just quickly join together this junction and this junction? So we can just do a quick run through of the bleh. My brain is not online. I'm just like crudely connecting these up so we can do a quick drive between a quick drive through the finished areas. Like, I'm not actually trying to connect these up right now. Oh, hello. What's the height difference between these? Is it 2 meters? It's 2 meters. That was a surprisingly good bit of guesswork. Right. Let's have a quick drive through and see what we think. So basically at the moment I'm just working on getting all of the roads laid out. I want to get all the road surfaces done, all the pathing done, all the unique buildings done, and then I can come back and fill in with generic buildings. So the next thing to do after this is pathing, and then I need to make the fire station. I'm just having a quick check what I do have from that junction. It is this building. Yeah, I didn't bother to get an end-on shot. I do need to go back. Let's go from the bus station, shall we? Yep, break time after this drive. I'm going to go around the back way instead of going along the river shore. But yeah, this area here I'm not happy with, really. I mean, I know at the moment there's nothing in it. Excellent. You're back just in time for me to go away. I'm just doing a last drive through. Oh hello, the passengers have decided to turn up today. Throw a Movan in the disabled spot, that seems about right. Let's just put any random destination on. We are the number 420. It's a Devon bus. Oh no, that'll be a not in service route, won't it? I'm very pleased with this school. I think this is honestly the best looking part of the map right now. Yeah, maybe I'll have to put thicker traffic light poles in because these do look a bit wrong. Look at these normal, natural people here. So ordinary. I mean, in OMSI terms, development has been proceeding at a breakneck pace. Let's just nip back and do that section in the opposite direction. Go to the new bit in this direction. We'll head back along the riverfront, and then we'll call it a day. Yeah, I have fixed this junction. At the end of Thursday, we discovered this junction was 10% undersized. Somehow, I'd got my reference material out of scale. I don't know how, but somehow I managed to. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go left at this turning and check if I've actually managed to fix the slightly too tight turning yet. Kind of, but if there's traffic parked on the other side of the road, it's still going to be too tight. How wide is the road that leads onto? That road is 5.6 meters wide in real life, 5.7. Yes, it is. It is in real life too. I think I just need to smooth that curve more. I think it probably is the right width, but I need to smooth it more. Which is a nuisance because I've basically been doing that gradually over and over and over again. And apparently I still just haven't got it quite right. So the road that it turns into is how wide? Because I could just widen the road it goes into. So let's just use something obvious. Okay, so the road that I've got is actually slightly wider than the real one. So I can't widen that anymore, so I'm going to have to just keep on tweaking this curve. Just gradually nudge it in the right direction. Oh, missing one. Yep. Come on, come here. There we go. That's not going to work. I need to do it by vertices. Just going to shorten up the island very slightly as well. Okay, I said I was going to be done after that test drive, but it looks like I'm finishing this instead. Right, one more try. Wakey, wakey, Ross. Oh, I was just giving Ross a friendly wake-up call. Right, let's see if that works now. That feels like that's going to work. Hang on, let me up the traffic density. Schlunk. Actually, that's not going to change anything because AI traffic can't get there because there aren't any paths there. Let's watch it from the outside instead. Let's just see if it goes over. It looks like there's tons of them. Oh yeah, there's tons of room there now. It is hard to drive a bus from the outside. Anyway. Along the riverfront, into the bus station, and let's call it a day. Or actually, do you want to go all the way back to the bus depot? Shall we do that? I should note again, we're running at ridiculous settings right now. Like I have a bajillion adjacent tiles being loaded, which just makes it easier to navigate in the editor. There's a few things hovering around here. Yeah, let's call it a day there. Let's not do the extra 10 or 15 minutes to get back to the bus depot. Tell you what. Hey look, here we are at the bus depot. All parked. Ready to go home. And with a huge queue of cars driving through the bus wash. I think I do need to do some more work to this concrete texture because looking at it this way, it repeats a bit, obviously. Hang on, let's see what it looks like from inside. You know what, that might be alright, honestly. Yeah, that's probably going to be alright. I'm still happy that having this many AI around doesn't lag stuff. Anyway, right. I really am going to call it a day there. Yep, thank you for coming. Yeah. I've got plenty more work